2. Check.
So that was the return for the delay.
Check. 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 That sounds.
Hash. Box 5. Reverb. Box 6 was a lot of delay. All right. 1560. Box 8. Ah. There it is. Okay. Need that. 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 So that was verb. That's why. Okay. It was verb. And then, let's write over. Box 6 was the delay, and I'm sending that.
Check. 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 2. 2. 2. 2.
No, you don't. No, it's not stealing. It's paid. So I just
2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. 2.
I just cranked up that box. So what I was going to say is effects. Tap tempo normal delay. Effects 2. That's the one I'm using. So I will tell it to
Hey, hey, hey. 212, check 1 2. Hey, hey, hey. 212, check 1 2. Yep, 212.
Not at all. Not in the slightest. How are things? Yeah, pretty cool. We got permanent prom. Our house has prom. I don't think there's really anything else to update you on. It's all pretty much the same. Have you been here for any events? Oh, nice.
Hi, Sarah May. How's it going? Good. Good.
Do you need any help with that? If you don't, I'm gonna go pester Matt and show him the slip. Tom first. You can test it
Sure.
here. Just give me a moment.
Oh, it's been a while. What does this cord do? Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Give us an hour, it'll all be old hack again.
So many states that we're in agreement with. Actually, a couple of them. I don't know what happened yesterday. I didn't happen to hear that.
What is Toad's light white orange? I haven't seen any jerseys yet. Good night. I'm a patient girl, yes. Thank you. Cordell, do you guys have your whites or your
We
oranges?
have black and white. So which side do you want us to go? Let's go.
Your practice jerseys. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So what do you have for
So we
game?
go black or white.
Sorry?
So what do you have for game? Black or white?
They can
You
be
brought them
either.
both?
Well, they're like
Just to
reversible.
confuse me. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right. All
So
right.
they can be
Hello,
either.
hello.
Hey, Sarah, how are
How
you?
are you?
Good to see you again.
Likewise, likewise.
I gave Cordell
Yeah.
something that looked like it might have been
Yeah,
a costume. Okay.
get those uniform numbers on there as
Perfect.
soon as I can.
Okay. Yep. No worries.
Do you
Awesome.
need the college at all, or just number?
Just numbers is great. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine.
That'll go for you.
Balls are on their way.
Yeah, they'll come out.
We didn't expect you this early.
Nice and early.
Yeah.
I didn't we didn't get any traffic at all.
No?
How you doing?
Hi.
Shane.
Jen.
Nice to
Shane,
meet you,
nice to
Jen.
meet you.
You would happen to know where I could get some strips for just to close that off a
Oh,
little bit?
shoot. Amy should be here shortly.
Okay.
Because, yeah,
to take that guy with the clipboard, Corey. He needs to get down to the third floor to fill up their their coolers with water. I,
We don't need that done right away.
yeah, Matt was asking for
Okay.
somebody to. Do you have four or do you have five?
No, we have 4.
I get five. Well, you had five when he switched you.
Yes.
That's not going to be
It's
possible.
not gonna happen.
Not anymore. Not with this stuff here.
Okay. Well, they're not here tonight, so we'll deal.
No.
The red one is still down. Where do you want your waivers and stuff?
Okay, so I think they're out by the door, by the main entrance there. Ask Matt.
Down at our table.
Just gonna say one check.
All of our pages are mixed in.
Hi. Question? Yes, the coolers. Yeah. Yeah. Where do you do that on 3?
What do we do now?
No, just
Check
ask her.
that clipboard for the floor sweepers. Alright, I think we just have a mass of paper, which I'll go.
What are you looking for?
I just want to make sure I had all of this stuff separated from the
Oh.
scripts and stuff like that.
Yeah, take your stuff and leave Matt's stuff behind.
Waiver, waiver, swappable waiver.
You have no contestants, so you shouldn't need waivers.
Oh no, it's the ones that
I'll take all of those.
yeah, I'm just separating them to make sure that I didn't miss anything. So I'm missing the Moncton Miracle.
Roster?
Yeah.
Yeah, I took it.
Okay, perfect.
Gave it to Serge because there was no numbers on it. Where's the rest of your shirt? Now you missed me to saying that stuff, didn't you?
I did.
I know it. I know it.
My mom said the same thing.
Yeah.
This is it.
So you guys on the game day timing? That's on?
That's Matt's chair, yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Why are they giving you a roster with no numbers on it?
This is yours. This is yours. This is yours.
Thank you.
That belongs to someone else. This is Matt's scripts and stuff.
Thank you.
So I'll put that to the producers here, and these are.
So the cart does need to come out. It's got binders and stuff in it.
Oh, the box. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And the cards over there.
Where did the 24s of water go that came in the door?
I wasn't with them, but I was just told they were down by the locker room.
By the locker room? What locker room? Okay, you need to find it.
Do you know where Matt is? He was with them when he put them in.
Sorry.
through email.
Yeah,
Haven't met
yeah.
face to face. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for all your help.
No, thank you for all your help.
Don't thank him yet.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's been good so far.
Talk in April.
It's a great product so far.
Oh God. This computer doesn't like me right now, bud, so there's so much fucking shit on it.
I know you paid how much every day is contingent on the success of technology,
Yeah.
of operation of technology.
Hi.
How's it
Hey,
going?
you.
Welcome back.
This is exciting.
Yeah. So how many people do you have tonight?
11.
11. Cool. Awesome. Yeah. So did Jen talk to you about being outdoors for 6? Cool. Did you hear anything about where the brochure was at?
Jason will know that. He was the one that was handling the drop off.
We're gonna stagger the girls for the first 10 minutes only because we're only giving our season tickets right now. So we have to put the box office.
And there's no VIP tonight.
Yeah. Okay. So you're going to the VIP. Yeah. Okay. Did you get one of these? Yeah. Okay. So I've got you on 3 times. Is that okay? Okay. 1 pre-game, as usual. 1 halftime.
We're just gonna do like a quiet one. So how
Yeah.
long do you want for?
The one as long as you want. So you have time to fill. So you
Okay, I can do. We have like one repetitive dance, so we can go for like a minute and a half or like 2 minutes and 10 seconds.
let's do the 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Yep, absolutely.
And then 1, 2, 4 break.
Yep. This is just like a minute.
Thanks. That's basically it. And then we'll have you doing a toss. So
I
that's.
saw one for on the what you
Oh,
said.
sorry. That is at halftime. So if you can't do that
Oh,
one, it's
halftime.
fine because it will be right before your dance. So probably wouldn't make any sense. No,
Do you
sorry.
want 2 girls 3 days?
Yes, if possible.
Make sure there's always a seat.
Yeah. Just, acting cute, putting on the hat, being playful type thing. What's that? No. And yeah, Ian was
Is this
scratching
what
you
you
after you did it.
water?
I don't know how to ask Matt or Brittany.
Justin,
So
what's
are we
this?
all clear to bring the table? I mean, pack of water to the weather
That's
girls?
Brittany's.
Do we go around and sit them?
Yep.
Matt, is this for the...
That
Brittany.
is
Brittany.
for.
Brittany. Send them to Brittany.
Yeah, okay. You should see Brittany.
Matt, how many basketballs in?
You're not here yet.
Oh. And then the next thing that I have to show you at some point is how to start the live stream. I'll give you the rundown on that.
When you say live stream.
It's like a webcast of the
Okay.
game.
Oh, word.
There's like a computer running at the back where you just have to go and like press push buttons. I'll show it to you.
Perfect. Yeah, cool.
Dude, did Chuck actually send the update for DAX Stats? Because I got 14th, 15th here. But I don't have, like, now it's up on, here's the link to DAX Stats, but there's no login for DAX Stats. Like,
And you don't have it on that computer either?
no.
No.
We didn't use it last year, so, right?
Do you?
Did we use it
I
last
wonder
year?
if I have a phone number.
So Nikki, the DJ is Avrian. He will be set up and ready for you. He did last year. Yeah, last year it was tag team with Brad and Avrian. So this year it's Avrian, and he will be here 45 minutes before doors open, ready to go for you. Okay. Yep. Because we'll need a password and like. just try and install it and see what happens.
No, just you and Joella.
Okay, perfect.
She just asked me to bring this. I don't know why.
Who?
Kim needs you.
No, Kim needs Matt.
Kim needs you.
You want to do a split second?
Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna drop this thing down.
Yeah, and then go straight back.
Want to put water back today? Like water okay. Or I'll put water together. Okay.
I got a chair. I'm ready. I think you're down by the Halifax.
We don't have them yet. The balls are not here yet.
I'll have the brochures in about 15 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Just bring them down here.
Yeah, you can just grab my phone and we'll just do it from there. That's fine. Yeah, it's horrible.
Just casing bad.
I had it duct taped during the finals last year.
Are you serious?
Yep.
There's two credit cards.
There's the new commissioner for the league.
Yeah.
You met him? Hey, Joe. How's it going? Good, good, good. Absolutely good. No, not really. About like 5 hours, I think. I don't eat much. No, I don't eat. I wake up at 7 every day. Okay. Yeah. You got a better roster this year. Got the spinal tap.
I might be supposed to, but I don't.
So,
Mr. Commissioner,
How are you?
I'm well and yourself.
Blessed and highly favored.
Good. Are we supposed to be using DAC stats tonight?
If you could, great. If you can't, don't worry about
Okay, because I don't have the load in. I didn't get
it. Okay.
didn't reload it.
Being experts, I mean, you're live streaming, correct? Have you all posted the link yet, you know?
I don't know that. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, this is right.
Yeah, I have no idea. Where does that come from?
I don't know.
Five?
I don't even know.
No, I don't
I don't
either.
know. I mean, someone in your office will do it. But,
Yeah.
you know, go play?
make a couple adjustments.
Okay,
I
yep.
had to put some tape over a 7 to make it look like a 1. And
Sure.
it was artsy crafts back there.
Okay,
Is
all
that
right.
here?
Yep, I'll put it in. Thank you.
No problem.
well beforehand.
I know. If you can think about it, let me know. CTV's good. The sports, like, they haven't given me a shot on TV. It really kind of sucks. I was supposed to be their go-to host and stuff, and then a bunch of stuff got messed around, and they're not putting me on air. But it's okay. Stay busy.
Did you hear if they're doing like the Thunder Selects? If you're doing that, calling that about Smil?
I'm calling some of it. Yeah, Bell's calling it, and they got Eric Moffat coming from it.
You're right here.
They don't trust me with anything at all. I'm telling you. Scott Squires, their producer, like, has a grudge against me for some reason and won't let me on air. It's really messed up. And it's bothering me. But that's just something. Go, man. No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about that.
Well, I went to the Montonian last one.
Yeah.
For hockey, and
last night.
I saw it last night. They
Said
just
take
had
a
the
picture of a
scores.
game sheet. It was like,
Yeah, I saw that actually. That was a pretty funny one.
and I don't know who I'm broadcasting for because the link's not up on the website either. So
Are you serious?
it wasn't there.
That's crazy. Well, yeah. So I'm trying to train somebody to do stats. I don't do stats in Dial anymore. I don't do stats in SMU anymore. When I can, I do webcasts.
Yeah.
But I'm also, yeah, as you
Yeah.
know, I'm working part time at CTV. I'm a temp there, so they can pretty much give me a shift on a day's notice.
Yeah. Look, you got to be here now.
Exactly, and then that really screws up things. I'm already having a nightmare trying to schedule and get people to replace me for now.
Yeah.
Then this comes along. I did tell Jen, I said, like, look, I'm trying to move into broadcasting. It's kind of my career path. Like, if I could do that, that'd be awesome. I do have some capable stats people, but obviously it's Christmas break. And then the Shoveler tournament is January 1st and 3rd. They play January 1st and January 3rd. The Hurricanes do.
Yeah.
And all the capable stats people I know are working the Shoveler because Dal got them first. Dal's actually the best. So I'm here doing stats for those days too when I'm supposed to be webcasting the Shoveler.
Yeah.
You know, the pay's not the same. It's frustrating, but just trying to juggle all these commitments.
Now I figured that might have been one of the problems. You know, you got to work evenings to save an evening if there's a game. You know.
Yeah, but I do a lot of stuff over at Dal and SNU whenever I have the chance.
Yeah.
So it's been progress. I'm trying to juggle it and get it all figured out, but it's tough. You know, I thought that I'd finish school and have like less stress in my life, but now I'm
No.
balancing 3 jobs to make ends meet.
No.
Guess it's never that way. Excited to watch Dexter Strickland. He was so good at North Carolina. Number 3 for the Miracles, I believe. Shooting guard for the Miracles.
They have us 31 on that.
Oh, okay. Well, you probably know better than me.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I knew all the players, but man, I didn't have numbers to go along with it. So it's like, that was a headache.
Even the Raven never really like released the roster. In fact, they still are one Canadian player short. You know that?
Yeah.
Hurricanes. I said Raymond. Well, I guess it's preseason for everyone. basketball season, they'd be using me a lot. Well, you know, obviously so tragic.
Got the email and absolutely shocked.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same point, like now they need people more than ever. And this guy Scott still won't put me on air for anything. He has hosted multiple basketball games, and he's the head producer. And he's hosted them. He's went up to Cape Breton and hosted the game center. So it's unfortunate, it really is. And I'm hoping that something happens where I get an opportunity to come up soon. I really hope. Because I know. And I thought it was, like working with CTV, I do editing and I do camera work, so working on all this behind the scenes stuff. But then I really thought that, they're partners with Bell. It's the same organization that I'd have an opportunity through Bell to do sportscasting and get on air and continue to build a reel and stuff like that. But it's not really working out that way.
I'll end the conversation. I guess at least you got a TV watch jacket.
That's true, I do.
And I've been
That's
there,
true, I
been
do.
there a year.
That's true. Good point. Yeah, I got a couple shirts too, actually. That was one nice thing. They did give us some gear. That was right at the beginning of the year too, when they still thought I was hosting. I didn't give it back though when they took that big one.
I can get it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Halifax Hurricanes mascot. Say hello to
gonna do this one. It's not gonna webcast. The stats aren't gonna webcast, but I'm gonna input them all, and I'll send you the box score and the file after. Okay. Okay. So we're good. I'll send you those after. We're about to start. Sorry? Yeah, everything else is good. Let's talk about us now. What have you been waiting for? All right, I gotta go. I'll send you the files after, and I'll let you know how this
It's been a week that you've worked, shopped, wrapped, cooked, baked, attended office parties and get-togethers. The countdown is on. 6 days to Christmas and 7 till the start of what promises to be the best NBL season in history. Tonight we've got a preseason sampler for you. It's the Moncton Miracles here in Halifax to take on the Hurricanes. So grab yourself a beverage, have a rest, and enjoy this one. Welcome to the Scotiabank Center in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Merry Christmas and happy holidays from my family to yours. I'm Dan Hobson. Glad you could join us wherever you're watching around the world. And of course, the Halifax Hurricanes, victorious last night in Cape Breton at Center 200, 106-103 over the Island Storm. And this is the Moncton Miracles' first preseason game. They had an inter-squad game on Thursday. The two assistant coaches, Patrick Hevard, as well as Andre Doucette, they split the squad up, and Team Doucette defeated Team Hevard 111-105, but this is their first action against NBL competition. Officials for tonight's game are Paul Hansen, Ryan Lutz, and Al King. Let's take a look at the starting five. First for the visiting Moncton Miracles, the former Brampton A, Tom Granado, now they're known as the Orangeville A, is in the lineup for Moncton, as well as James Justice. Keep an eye on him. He's a former U.S. Slam Dunk champion in the United States. Tyrell Tate, as well as Shane Burrow and Anthony Gurley round out the starting five for the Moncton Miracles. And for the Halifax Hurricanes, Justin Johnson, a guard at 6'2", and at forward at 6'7" is Negus Webster Chan, 6'7", 200-pounder. And of course, Kyle Hunt, Shane Gibson, and Billy White wrap up the starters for the Halifax Hurricanes here as the teams are getting final last-second instructions here. And of course, the folks just were at home might have seen it. Commissioner Dave Megley is in the house, and I will be interviewing him at halftime just after the first half of this game between Moncton and Halifax. And we're going to talk about, of course, the combine as well as things going on in the league. So he'll join me here on headset. And of course, also in between quarters, Alan Aper will join me as well with his thoughts on the first quarter as well as the second quarter and the third. So he'll be by with his analysis as well. Basketball guru here in Halifax, very knowledgeable of the sport, and also coaches. So coaches, commentates, and does stats here for the Hurricane franchise. So we hope that you can enjoy this one. And of course, it's great to have basketball back here in Halifax. It was a summer that was questionable whether it happened, whether basketball would be back. It is, and a pretty good turnout here at the Scotiabank Center. They had a good turnout last night at Center 200, 2,500 as Hansen is at center court to throw the ball up, and it's going to be Hurricanes on the first possession, and with the ball is Justin Johnson. Over to Webb. Inside, goes to Hunt, and the first foul of the game will go to Moncton. And it's going against Shane Burrow, his first personal foul of the game. And going to the line will be number 32, Billy White. He's a forward from Las Vegas at 6'8", played for San Diego State University. Goes to the line here. And he misses the first one. And the second one goes in. So that is the first point in Hurricanes history, making it 1-0 here. That's Gurley now. Gurley over to Burrow. Burrow, a big guy, almost like Andre Thomas, DeAndre Thomas look-alike here. And there's a shot there by Burrow, and he drains downtown for three, makes it 3-1. To say it, Shane Burrow almost looks like DeAndre Thomas of the Windsor Express there. And he also showed some rage there as he shot that three. There's Webster Dagus over to White. White over to Justin Johnson. Back to Webster Chan. Inside to Kent. Hunt. Hunt, take it strong. Did everything, but just couldn't get it to finish, and the rebound there by Burrell. Burrell gets it up to Tate. Now you're wondering why the Miracles, of course, are in their practice jerseys. Their game jerseys were lost in the travel here, so there's a shot, outside shot there by Granado, the former Brampton A. Can't get it to go, but he'll get a second chance here. And of course, shot clock will go to 14 on second chance opportunities as opposed to a new 24. So definitely an interesting rule that get things going here. They're also implemented on ACAA as well as AUS. There's a shot there by Tate, and that goes strong. And up for the Rainman is Gibson. Over to Justin Johnson. Cross course over to Webster Chan, who shoots the three and drains it. Nice cross-court pass, and those things you got to make sure that the cross-court pass is strong or it's going to be picked off, and it was the best pass I think you probably could do, and nobody got to it, and of course Webster Chan drained the three here. That's Justice now. And making the cut there is Gurley, or pardon me, Tate with the cut. And he gets hacked, and he'll go to the line to shoot two, and it would be foul to Gibson. That will be his first, and the Hurricanes' first foul. So Tate in the inter-squad game there on Thursday had 21 points and 3 boards. We'll go to the line to shoot two. Early going here, 9:40 to go. Hurricanes up on the Moncton Miracles 4-3. And he misses the first one. A new look to Moncton Miracle team. So far, the only returning player in the lineup that was with the team last year was Tyler Murray. He's not starting this one, but he had a breakout year last year. But a lot of new players here on this Moncton Miracles, and of course the Hurricanes being a new team are also got some new players as well. And here's one of them right now, Johnson over to Gibson, inside to White, puts a shot up right over the big Burrow and gets it to go. Look at it, 5-4 for Moncton. Here's Granado. Granado, and that pass is picked off, and Webster Chan has a chance. He'll dish it back, just kept it in bounds, and back to Johnson. A nice bit of hustle there by Webster. He turned the ball over, but then had to hustle to keep it in bounds, and he did there. And it makes it 8-3 for Halifax here. 8:53 to go here in the first. Burrow with a nice move to get it in for two. Burrow, for a big guy, moves pretty good. Keep an eye on him, as well as keep an eye on Justice here, number 35 for the Moncton Miracles there. There's Gibson now. Gibson cuts towards the paint, dishes it back out to Johnson. Shoots the three, can't get it to grow. And the rebound there by Anthony Gurley. He had 30 points in that inter-squad game on Thursday. There's Burrow again with a pump fake. There was a nice fake, and it fooled practically everybody here in the Scotiabank Center, but he didn't get the shot to go as the Hurricanes have the ball again. Webster Chan, Johnson, Justin Johnson. In the corner over to Gibson with the corner three and gets it to go. Nice ball movement there by the Hurricanes. That's what you got to do, is get the good ball movement to get the perfect shot, and that's exactly what they did. And taking it strong there was Gurley. And he can't get it to go, and Webster Chan calmly comes out of his own zone across the timeline and has the ball. Back to Justin Johnson. Inside to White. White watched by Burrow there. Shot clock down to 11, takes a shot, a little too weak there, and there was a foul there by White. One of those transition type fouls, didn't want to give him a chance to run, and it would be the second foul here to the Hurricanes here this quarter. Comes the substitutions on here is number 55, Kason Cheeks here into the ball game. And the pass goes out of bounds, and it will be Hurricane ball here. Anthony Criswell on the court now here for the Hurricanes, as well as Hunt, Johnson still, and Gibson. And there's the move there by Kyle Hunt from Queens, New York with the flush. They get it 13-5. Here, 7 minutes to go here in the first quarter. And too many steps there for number 55, Kason Cheeks. And another turnover there for Moncton. And one thing that Moncton, I think, wants to keep to have success in their season is make sure not to turn the ball over. We'll get into that story a little bit longer and a little bit later on here in the webcast. And this is a thing that Moncton likes to do. They like to go end to end. And it's got to be tipped out of bounds. As the fans here at the Scotiabank Center have applause here for the team. And entering the game is Joseph Bertrand, the 6'6" Sterling, Illinois guard. He began his professional career in Luxembourg. He's on the court now here for the Hurricanes. Miracles to inbound. Gray. And there's a pass inside to Granado. Nice ball movement there. Tate did all the work, and Granado's the benefactor of all that work and got the ball and easily laid it up for the 2 points. Hurricanes up by 6, 13-7 here, 6:15 to go in the opening quarter. Hunt pretty well called that one, and then all of a sudden the whistles blew, so it'll be a foul to number 55, Kason Cheeks. That's his first here. And a substitution here entering the game. Number 31, Dexter Strickland. Now, just before the webcast, Alan and I were talking about Dexter Strickland. We'll hear from Alan in between quarters saying about how he played at University of North Carolina. He's looking forward to him playing. And there's a shot there by Anthony Criswell. Anthony Criswell into the game. 15-7, 5:50 to go here, first quarter. Scotiabank Center, Dan Hobson along for the call. Glad you could join us wherever you're watching. And over the corner into Gurley. Gurley back out to Gibson. Gibson cuts it into the paint. Back outside. And putting it up there is Strickland and can't get it to go. Granado there trying to fight for it for Moncton. Can't come up with it. And it's Hunt with the ball. Hunt pass intended for Johnson, that's picked off. Here's Gurley now for a free. Had an open look, but just didn't get his feet settled to get a good shot as a couple of Hurricane players collide, so they slow things down. And getting over the timeline is Johnson now. 5:08 to go here in the first. Criswell to Gibson. Gibson on a double team. That left Criswell wide open for the shot, and he gets it to go. They went for the double team by Gibson, and wide open was Criswell, and he had an open look, and with that open look, got it in to shoot the two. 4:45 to go here. Opening quarter inside to Gurley. Gurley can't get it to finish. And the Hurricanes using their size advantage there to come up with another rebound there. And they try to go a transition, and Gurley fouled Gibson in the process. That'll be team foul number 3. As the teams go to their benches for a timeout on the floor. So with 4:34 to go here in the first quarter, the Halifax Hurricanes with a 17-7 lead here at the Scotiabank Center. As we mentioned earlier, we're talking about the Moncton Miracles and how they want to become better defensively. This season, they want to do that. They're looking also to improve defensively. And the 24 losses they had, 21 of them were with points over 100 or more. So that got to be a bit of a hanker. as Alan comes on.
How's it going, Dan?
Good. How's Mr. April tonight?
Oh, I'm doing all right. Good to be back on the scorer's table here. It's it's a tradition it's a bit later this year, but love being here in the Scotiabank Center for basketball. Halifax is such a great basketball town, and it's really good to have a pro team here in Halifax.
Oh, it's absolutely. Like, I was just thinking that when I was coming down here, like, we're starting a season on the 26th rather than, like, starting in October. So, got to wonder what that's going to do in terms of the attendance for all these teams there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that it goes deeper into the season, they'll be playing into April and May this year, doesn't really conflict with the QMJHL or the CHL seasons as much, and it should give an excellent opportunity for basketball fans. The university seasons are done. If we have another AUS basketball tournament here at the Scotiabank Center like we did last year, that's going to really raise the excitement for basketball here, and then the Hurricanes will be right there to fill the void.
Well, we've seen of course, that shot there by Castrell Lawrence there
Yeah,
all
absolutely.
over the world. So, what do you think so far? Like 4:34 to go here in the first. What's your thoughts so far?
Yeah, this Hurricanes team is very strong on the interior, especially. Very impressed by the size of Kyle Hunt, Billy White, even Tony Criswell, who just checked into the game there. A couple of big athletic forward types. The guard play leaves a little to be desired. It's still preseason, so teams are trying to get their playbook down. But Cliff Clinkscales just checked in, and I'll let you handle it now, Dan.
All right, we'll talk to you a little bit later. Alan April, he's doing stats. Got to do double duty here tonight here at the Scotiabank Center. Clinkscales, no stranger to Halifax here. Bit of a floor general. He kind of had a little bit of a struggle last year at the free throw line for the Hurricanes. They were, of course, different name at that time. As Granado makes a move there on Glover, can't get it to finish, and Glover comes up with it for the Hurricanes. Up to Clinkscales. There's Bertrand with the three. Can't get it to go. Second board. Just eludes Clinkscales, but Bertrand right there to get it. Goes over to Criswell. Clinkscales makes a move. Wide open there. A little bit of a contact. Nothing called there as Bertrand takes it strong towards the hoop to get it to go. We'll give it to Glover there. 19-7 here. 3:30 left here in the first quarter. Strickland makes a nice move. Over to Snow now. Snow watched by Clinkscales. Makes a cut towards the paint. Gets it up. And up with it is Criswell for the board there for the Hurricanes, and they come back to transition quickly. Alley-oop pass intended for Bertrand, and that's out of his reach. And back the other way come the Miracles there. Ball goes out of bounds. Burrow coming back into the game, as well as entering the game, Elliot Berry, a first-team All-Star at Pasadena City College, 6'7" forward. And also entering the game here in a couple seconds will be Vaughn Gray, number 22 for the Moncton Miracles. Hurricane ball, 2:56 to go. That ball goes out of bounds, and it would be Hurricane ball 14 to shoot. There's Cowles. This is a first look at Cowles here. A shooting guard from Chicago, Illinois. Going to be called for the foul there. Good foul to take because they turned the ball right around center court, and that's almost like turning the puck over in hockey right around the red line and blue line, going the other way. Try and prevent any fast break points there. So Cowles will be called for the foul. That will be the second to Halifax there. 19-7, 2:45 to go here in the opening quarter. Snow now, watched by Clinkscales. Over to Gray. Gray inside to Burrow. Draws the contact, and he'll go to the line. That Burrow's going to be an excellent player here for the Moncton Miracles because he's big, he can shoot, and he can also use his physicality to come up with rebounds and second chance opportunities here for the Miracles in the season. So he's looking pretty good right now. Let's see how he does from the line. And sort of like some big guys may struggle there from the stripe. as the fans start to make a little bit of noise here at the Scotiabank Center. And Clay Scales has the ball. 19-7, 2.5 to go here, first quarter. Craig Scales into Alex Johnson. Alex Johnson over to Glover now. Glover takes it in. 1-on-2, puts it up and gets it to go. Tough bucket there for Mike Glover. 6'8" forward from Bronx, New York, getting it to go. 21-7 here. There's a shot there by Gurley, can't get it to go. Or Barry, pardon me, can't get it to go. 21-7. There's Alex Johnson, Clank Scales, inside to Glover. Tried to kiss it off the glass to get it to go and couldn't. And the rebound is picked up and controlled by Gray now. Gray over to Snow for three, got it. Pretty well got to get a hand in the face there. Just was too much of an easy look there for Snow, and he drains it to make it 21-10. Miracles down 11 here in the first quarter here. Here's Criswell for three. Gets it to go. 24-10 here. With 70 seconds to go here in the first quarter. There's Burrow again with the ball. Watched by Glover. Some nice ball movement here by Moncton, but they just can't save to take advantage of it. And Bertrand came out with the ball, but he stepped on the inline, so it'll be Miracles basketball. 57.2 here left to go in the first quarter, and 14 on the shot clock. And Clank Scales with a clean block. Got all ball, and even referee Paul Hansen even said it was all ball. 24-10 here, first quarter. Quick Scales, Alex Johnson. Here's just a screen. Criswell takes it up and puts it in. A tough bucket there. He was going through a lot of black jerseys. Numbers weren't in his favor, but it worked out for the tall forward. 26-10, 30 seconds left to go as Burrow shoots the three and didn't even get rim, and it'll allow the Hurricanes to come out in transition. Bertrand, Triswell. Clank Scales has it now. Watched by Gray. Shot clock down to 6, game clock to 9. Clank Scales takes a strong. Burrow came over with the help just in time. And there's the foul there by Alex Johnson. That will prevent the long distance three from center court. So 2.8 on the game clock will allow the teams to slow things down here and, figure out what they're going to do defensively and match up for the Hurricanes as well as Moncton. Gurley's going to get a chance, shoots the three. There's a nice inbound play there by Moncton, but it didn't work out to their favor. So after the first 12 minutes of play, the Halifax Hurricanes leading the Moncton Miracles 26-10. Of course, if you've known the story of what happened in the spring, we don't probably want to mention it again, but this is a reinvented team, a new ownership group with a new name. General Manager of Basketball Operations remains Andre Levingston. He said in a press release that this team is more talented and athletic than previous Halifax teams. We just have to see how long it takes for the team to gel. And after a first quarter where they scored 26, they look like they're doing pretty good. As Alan April is joining us on stats. And from stats in just a couple of seconds there.
How's it going there, Dan?
Not bad. How's things for you?
Oh, pretty good. Trying to figure out my headset. It's preseason for everybody here, so we're getting it going. But how about that shooting start from the Halifax Hurricanes?
Oh, that was fantastic. The thing that I'm kind of concerned of is when you have new players and how long is it going to take for them to gel? How long is it going to take for them to know each other and everything? And 26 points in the first quarter seemed pretty good. And Moncton, this is their first preseason game. They've had an inter-squad game on Thursday, but that's a little different than, of course, an NBL preseason game. So
Yeah, absolutely. But you look at this one, really it's a tale of two different shooting percentages. The Moncton Miracles shot 22%, 4 of 18 from the field in that first one. They were led by, Shane Burrell, the big guy down low, showing a little bit of range too. He's got 5 points on 2 of 4 shooting. But for the Hurricanes, shot really well, 53% nearly, led by Tony Criswell. He came into the game, wasn't sure who he was because he's not listed on the roster, but number 23, Tony Criswell, exploded for 9 points in about 6 minutes there, 4 of 4 shooting, perfect from the field. And he really showed good scoring touch. And you notice when Clinkscales came in, the veteran point guard for the Hurricanes, now in his 3rd season, formerly with the Raymen, when he came in, the team started running a more of a half-court offense. Clink loves to push it, but he's really the steady presence for this team and the extension of Coach Hugo Lopez on the court.
yeah, and the floor general, so going to probably let you get back to work as they're getting ready for the second quarter here.
Sure thing, Dan. I'll see you at halftime.
You'll see you at halftime. Alan April with his thoughts and analysis here on the first quarter play. Second quarter getting underway, 26-10 here. Hurricanes over the Moncton Miracles. Burrow has the ball. Was watched by Glover. Inside to Vaughn Gray. Draws the contact, but it's going to be going the other way and an offensive foul. And that's a pretty easy call. You're going to see the replay here at home as Criswell was just had his feet in the right position, got it in, got the position, and pretty easy call to make there by official Al King. Quick scales to Alex Johnson. Uses a screen. Criswell puts it up and over. Excellent move there by Criswell. As Alan was saying, he was hitting early, and he got that shot over Barry. Criswell doing very well here in the early going here. And Gray's going to shoot the 3 right over Alex Johnson. He had a little bit of a height rings, and that was definitely a one-on-one matchup that I don't think would be benefiting the Hurricanes, and it didn't there. Bertrand now watched by Gray. Over to Alex Johnson. Makes a cut. Criswell to Bertrand. Trying to go hard to the paint and gets the contact there, so he'll go to the line. And the foul is Elliot Berry, his first. Bertrand will go to the line. As we mentioned, he's a 6'6" from Sterling, Illinois. Played his college ball at Illinois, and he'll get the first one to go. And of course, just a reminder, coming up at halftime, we're going to speak with Commissioner Dave Megley. That should be an interesting conversation that we have. One of the hardest working commissioners in sports, I'd say, because during the off season, well, we'll go more into that as Burrow hits a long 2, make it at 29-15. Just to finish my point on Megley, he had a interesting off season where he did a lot of traveling, met with the owners of the teams in the league. Megley, the former Brampton A, now Orangeville A coach, as a shot there by Bertrand doesn't go. And back the other way is Strickland now. Strickland and Clinkscales. That should be a good move. It's Snow going to shoot the 3. That's strong and off the rim and will go out of bounds and be Hurricane basketball. As a couple new players come onto the court, there's Tydrain Beatty coming in. And of course, number 21 is Anthony Simpson for the Hurricanes. He's a 6'7" Rockford, Illinois forward. He played 2 years with Etzella Edelbrook, finished last year's season and had double-double averages in 30 games for that team. Here's Hunt now. Hunt makes a move, can't get it to go. And the loose ball is going to be won by Moncton, but they throw it away. And here's Johnson with an open look for 3 and gets it to go. And with a little hand to the sky afterwards, Johnson, the Superman as he's known, as his nickname is, gets the 3, 32-15. And a foul going to Bertrand now. And Brandon Kearney will enter the game here for the Moncton Miracles. He's 6'7". He's a former member of the 2009-2010 USA Men's National Development Team back in 2009 and 10. Burrow with the shot, doesn't go. And Johnson has it in transition for the Hurricanes. Clinkscales dubs it out to Bertrand for three. Can't get it to go. Rebound by Burrow. As Burrow's having a hard time, I think he's cramping here. Snow gets a chance to put it up, and he's no good there. Clinkscales back the other way. Could be a 5-on-4 here as Burrow is not moving too well here. A Hunt. Shot clock to 15. Here's Bertrand. Over to Alex Johnson for three. Falling down, gets it to go. Two straight threes there for Alex Johnson. 35-15. Burrow seems to be moving better a little bit now, but he was talking about maybe a possible hamstring injury or cramp. There's Beatty, 1-on-2. With the step back and gets it to go. 35-17. Clinkscales, watched by Snow here. Floor general inside to Hunt. Back to Clinkscales now. Whoa, Pitt was wide open with an alley-oop pass and Hunt with the flush. And Clinkscales trying to get the fans going here at the Scotiabank Center. They're a little bit nervous, sort of like an apprehensive type quietness here. Gray with the shot, too strong. And there was a miscommunication with the Hurricane forwards there as the ball goes out of bounds.
Timeout.
As Serge Langes will call timeout here with 7:54 to go here in the second quarter. And the Halifax Hurricanes up by 20, 37-17. Of course, recently the Moncton Miracles announced a partnership with Crandall University. Crandall is in second place in the ACAA basketball, which is a small college athletic organization here in Atlantic Canada. The coach of the Crandall Charges is the assistant for the Moncton Miracles, which is Patrick Hevard. Hevard is from Toronto, Nova Scotia. He's a former player in the AUS. He was also assistant coach with the Acadia Axe Women and Axe Men in Wolfville, Nova Scotia, and an assistant for the UPEI Panthers in Atlantic University Sport. So, added new coach here with the Moncton Miracles and Hevard here as Alan joins us once again. Busiest man in basketball.
Oh, you know, I try to stay busy. I've got I like to keep my hands full. I'm sliding over from the stats table to the commentary, and it's good to be back here. Good to join you on the mic, Dan.
Yeah.
So how about Tony Criswell? We're seeing it all from him, knocking down jumpers from long range, taking it to the hoop. Also, something that Hurricanes fans got to be excited is the chemistry between Cliff Clinkscales and Kyle Hunt. Hunt is a big body. He's a guy who could play, you know, he's got an NBA big man size body and skill set too. An athletic 6'10".
6'10".
Yeah, he's running the floor, jumping up, and he is the perfect recipient for these Cliff Clinkscales alley-oops, as we saw a couple minutes ago there.
Oh yeah, I mean, the thing is, you're going to probably see stronger players, not just here at Halifax, but also throughout the whole entire league, and we'll talk to Dave Megley about that at halftime here.
Yeah, well, one thing that makes a difference with the later start date is it doesn't conflict with the NBA D-League draft and training camps. So some players took their shot at the NBA D-League, might have gotten cut, but now they have the opportunity to come up here, work with the team, spend the entire training camp with the team, and get into a rhythm.
And, of course, they also had the combine in the spring and summer, too. That was also helpful, too.
Yep, the league's definitely growing. Yep. I'll be back at half.
All right, we'll talk to you then. Alan April there, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Johnson dumps it over to Simpson, and Simpson's going to be called for steps, and it'll be Miracles basketball. Simpson had himself a huge dunk at Center 200 last night against the Iowa Store. If check the Twitter feed, and you'll see it. It is an impressive dunk for sure. There's a shot that's a long two there. And that was Kearney that shot that. Brandon Kearney, 6'7" forward. Hurricanes up here by 18, 37 to 19. As Simpson's shot didn't get a lot on it, and coming back the other way is Snow for Moncton. Snow has it once again. There's Granado. Granado over to Kearney. Kearney. Back to Vaughn. And that shot, but a second chance opportunity here as Kearney gets the rebound there. There's Beatty with 3 and got it. Just too much of an open look there, and he's trying to clap his hands to get the boys going. They're down by 15 with 6:33 to go here in the second quarter. Justin Johnson from El Segundo, California, over to Webster Chan. He's one of the Canadians here on this Hurricane team. And back the other way come the Hurricanes, and with an alley-oop pass that was intended for Beatty was out of his range, as the Halifax Hurricanes will call a timeout with 6:20 to go here in the second quarter. Let's talk about Hugo Lopez, the head coach in his first season with the Hurricanes. He's a native of Spain. He's experienced in international basketball, coached over 15 years. And of course that was in the Spanish professional basketball circuit. So he's pretty well experienced in international circuit, trying to make a little bit of success here in Canada here at the NBL. And it's off to a good start because they got a 1 win last night in Sydney. It was an exhibition game, taking on the Island Storm. And right now his Hurricanes are up by 15. Here, 6:20 left here in the second quarter. And of course, folks, Halifax Hurricane tickets to see the same Moncton Miracles are going on sale. It's Saturday, December 26th. This time it's for its regular season action. Scotiabank Center. For tickets, call 902-451-1221. That's at the Ticket Atlantic box office. For season tickets, call 902-473-1846. And of course, for our Moncton fans, their home opener will be Sunday, December 27th at 2 o'clock versus the Island Storm. And of course, if you're in the Moncton area, you want tickets for that, just call 1-506-857-4100 or toll free at 1-888-720-5600, or you can go online to tickets.moncton.ca. Well, if you're Coach Langis, you may not like that you're losing by 15, but the thing is, there have been times in the past that scoreboard has hit 50 at this point in the game. So, and of course we mentioned earlier, of their 24 losses last year, 21 were by well over 100 points. As Webster Chan with the corner 3 can't get it to go. There was a loose ball there for a second, and Justice wins the ball there for the Miracles and takes it coast to coast and cuts towards the paint and up for 2. James Justice went to Martin Methodist College in Tennessee, averages 17.1 points a game, so he'll definitely be an asset to this Moncton Miracles when the season starts. There's a shot there by Alex Johnson, can't get it to go, and the rebound's controlled there by Snow, and the Moncton Miracles come back the other way. 5:20 to go, wide open was Beatty, takes it strong but can't get it to go. And up with it now for the Hurricanes is Justin Johnson. Justin Johnson, Hunt, as well as Webster Chan, White, and Alex Johnson on the court as Webster Chan from downtown makes it 40-24. 4:50 to go here in the first half. And taking it strong there was Kearney. He didn't get it to go, but he got some contact, so we'll go to the line to shoot 2. As we take a look at this, as Hunt, of course, dumped it right back out and wide open there. For the 3 was Webster Chan, and you saw that there on the Silver Vision Jumbotron here, as well as for your screen back at home, as the Hurricane crowd tries to make a little bit of noise to get Kearney off his game, but he gets the first one to go. A big crowd here at the Scotiabank Center, but they've been kind of quiet here. And just as soon as I say that, they start to make a little bit of noise. and can't get the second one to go, but the Hurricanes can't control the rebound, or can't control it and lose it out of bounds, and it'll be Moncton basketball. 4:43 to go here in the second quarter. Snowed inbound to Justice. He was wide open for three. Gets it to go. You can't give him that much space because he's going to drain it most times. And right off the inbound play, and it just worked out well for them. 40-28. White takes a strong along the end line. Try to get it inside to Gibson, and Gibson takes a hard foul as he goes to the hoop. He'll go to the line to shoot two. Mike Glover returns here for the Hurricanes, and also returning for Moncton is Kaysen Cheeks returning. And of course gets the first one to go here. 41-28, 4:22 to go, second quarter. Drains both free throws. $14-point deficit here for Moncton as they have the ball right now. This is Kearney now, watched by Webster Chan. Over to Snow now. There's Cheeks now. Cheeks to Gibson. Gibson with the shot. A little bit of a height range there as there was Gibson on Gibson and couldn't get it to go. Or Justice on Gibson, pardon me. And the Hurricanes called for a travel. It would be Moncton basketball. Score still 42-28, 3:58 to go here until halftime. Gibson now. Calls a play out. Over to Snow. Snow watched by Johnson. Shot clock down to 6 as Granado gets it, takes it, but he'll draw contact as Mike Glover is going to be called for the foul. It'll be the third team foul to Halifax here. And Granado will go to the line. Granado's old coach, Dave Bagley, in the house here tonight, and we will have him at halftime here. He goes to the line as the fans start to make a little bit of noise here at the Scotiabank Center. And if you're wondering why the jerseys are hard to recognize, they're actually the practice jerseys here for the Moncton Miracles, as their jerseys didn't make the flight over. So, or didn't make the travel over, so. And of course, the Hurricanes were in Cape Breton last night and are here for a game this afternoon. Are looking pretty sharp for a team that just had to take a, what would be about a 3 to 4 hour bus ride. And there's a shot there by Gibson. Corner three, gets it to go. Justice gave him a little bit of room, and he put it in. 45-29 with 3 minutes to go here till halftime. Justice now. Going to be called for a travel. He looks at Al King and questions, but Al just walks away, and turnovers seem to be a little bit of an issue here for Moncton here in this first half. It'll be Hurricane basketball with exactly 3 minutes to go here. As we take a look at that corner three there by Gibson. Johnson now. Johnson shot, but then it almost was faked it and then dumped it inside. There's Granado now. Granado gets away with a little bit of push off there. There's Gibson. He's going to shoot the three. That's going to be a long two. And Gibson gets it to go. 45-31, 2.5 to go. Here's Gibson now. Gibson inside to Glover. Glover comes around, but he's going to be called, Granado's going to be called for the foul. For the hold. Kind of also got away with a bit of a push off, you could kind of say, but he'll go to the line to shoot 2 free throws. of course, is usually what happens when you're the home team. You know, the home side quiets down while you shoot the free throws, and he gets the first one to go, making it 46-31. So one of the Achilles' heels for Moncton was the ability to keep the opposition to under 50 by halftime. Might not come true again, so they could be looking at another 100-point game here tonight as it's 47-31, but there's just so much firepower on this Hurricane team as Gibson now. And the shot was after the foul, so it'll be Moncton Miracle ball on the sideline there. I say one thing, there's been quite a lot of push-offs here by the players, and the referees are letting it go. Our all-star crew there, as getting it to go was Kearney there, making it 47-34. So a little bit of a better quarter here for Moncton, as there's a hard collision at the center court area between Gibson and Johnson, and Justice will be called for the foul. They had one to give. So it'll be Webster Chan the inbound here. 1:57 to go here in the second quarter. Justin Johnson now. Watched by Gibson. Over to Webster Chan. They get it inside as they pass the ball around. The shot clock's at 10 here. There's the shot by Johnson. That's too strong. And up with it was White there, and he had the putback to put it in, making it 49-34. Nice ball movement, and they took some time right off the shot clock, and it worked to their advantage there, and they have a 15-point lead now as the shot clock's down to 9. Gibson outside, and that shot's too weak, but there, Johnny on the spot was Kaysen Cheeks there. As Serge Led just calls his boys and saying they need a stop here, and they sure do. 49-36 with a minute to go here in the second half. As there's the three by Webster Chan. These forwards have some range here for the Hurricanes. That makes them quite dangerous. 52-36 here. Down by 16. Here's Tate now. Tate 1-on-2, but he's going to be called for the travel. Looks back at Ryan Lutz. And, of course, returning is Bertrand here for the Hurricanes. Those turnovers are getting to be one of the Achilles heels here for Moncton in this one. They've had a couple of travels and a couple of, giveaways. And, of course, also the alley-oop that didn't work. Bertrand over to Glover now. Makes a cut towards the hoop, takes it strong, and by Granado up and in for two. There's a two-second differential on the shot clock, game clock here. And Hurricanes had a foul to give, and they use it right now, so it'll be Miracle basketball here. It'll be Miracle's basketball on the sideline. Serge wondering why, Serge Latches, the Moncton Miracles coach, why they're not shooting. That's 5 fouls aside up on the board, but play continues on. As I said, there's a 2-second difference on the shot clock, and taking it strong there all the way was Kaysen Cheeks, and he gets it to go and has a chance to complete the three-point play. We take a look at it back at home here. It was a nice pass there by Gibson. A lot of contact there, but just used his physicality to get it up to go, and now he has a chance to finish a three-point play. 11.1 seconds to go. He's short, but coming in was Bertrand, and now Hurricanes in transition. Bertrand, game clock down to 3. Out to Gibson for 3, gets it to go. What a way to end the first half for the Halifax Hurricanes, making their debut here at the Scotiabank Center, and they are up by 19 at the half. They lead by a score of 57-38. And just a couple of moments, Dave Magley will join me here on headset as we will talk about the NBL and some of the things going on with it, as well as how things went back at Cape Breton last night. So he will join me in just a couple of seconds. So fans, just stick around here. We'll have an interview with Dave Magley coming up here in just a couple of seconds here on the webcast. So we'll just take a short breather and then we'll be back.
take this one here.
And of course, folks, we want to welcome you back to the Scotia Bank Center here in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Your score at the half is the Halifax Hurricanes leading by a score of 57-38. And it's my honor to have Dave Megley, the commissioner of the NBL here. Thanks for stopping by here and allowing us to, talk about NBL stuff and everything. And
Thanks for having me.
That's excellent. Well, let's talk about how the type of spring and summer that you had. You went around, they had a combine, and, by looking at some of the talent here, you must have had some fun looking at for
Oh
some
my
of these
goodness!
players.
I mean, there's probably 20 of the young men we saw this summer will be in our league this year, and they're good. They compete. They're good athletes, and the concept was take our brand all over North America so people get familiar with the NBL Canada, and, as well as be able to save some money for these guys so they don't all have to fly to Canada. So the net impact was we did just that. We've got some great coverage. We got a nice article in Forbes magazine, and just start giving us some international recognition, which will help us ultimately garner the sponsorships and the things we need to bring real survival blood into the league.
Okay, now the NBL is in its 5th season. The reason why you were here in Halifax is that you were in Cape Breton last night to see the an exhibition game between the Hurricanes and the Island Storm. Of course, the Cape Breton Highlanders will be coming to the league next year. I know how you thought about the game, but how about the people out here who are listening and watching on the internet?
It was fabulous. Tyrone Livingston, who's going to be the president of that organization, had an all-day event. So he had little kids at noon. 2 o'clock had a girls' game, 4 o'clock girls' high school game, 4 o'clock had a boys' high school game, and at 7 o'clock had this game. And, he was able to generate 2,145 fans to come watch 2 teams that weren't their teams playing an exhibition game. And they were all duly impressed. It was a great game, a 3-point win by Halifax. And I got to tell you, this is going to be a good league this year. I mean, the Halifax team is very, very good. The Storm was right with them. I just think that all the franchises are going to be pretty strong.
Okay. We talk about franchises. There's a new franchise in town, the Niagara River Lions. You've been visiting with the ownership group and been in the community. How are things going with that and the buzz that's going on?
Well, it's exciting because, again, this crowd here today in Halifax is probably as big or bigger than any crowd you had all of last year. The same thing's going on in Niagara. As Mississauga went to the D-League, Niagara's in a brand new franchise has already got more season ticket holders than they had in any of the 4 years of the Oshawa or Mississauga Power's existence. So in less than 6 months they pulled that off. Having local owners that are aggressive, that take ownership of all the processes makes a difference. And you can see it here tonight. You drive up, you walk up, you see the bus upstairs, you see the dancers' uniforms, you see the mascot, the way that the guys' uniforms look crisp, the coaching staff's very, very sharp. That's done because you've got great local ownership. They've already sold more tickets this year than they did the last 2 years combined in Halifax. And that's because you've got 25 local owners. And that's coming off Game 7. I mean, we can't deny that happened, but the Halifax people are still coming back and giving us another shot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We talk about ownership group. Have you ever, you've been around the sport a long time, and I have the utmost respect for you. Have you ever seen an ownership group with 25 people, or have you ever seen something like that?
I've never seen 25 guys that can all be alpha males, put their egos on the shelf and do what's best for the team and the league, and they've done a great job. I mean, Mike Breen and Don Mills and Andre Livingston, each with their own pieces and parts, have been able to work with the other 25 who then go out and do their part. So they're out, promoting the team and selling tickets and leveraging their relationships to find sponsorships. And it's a great season this year. We'll see them just explode next year. I mean, I literally believe this franchise could be the same as London, which will have 7,000 fans a game this year. The London Lightning franchise will outdraw any team in North America that's not in the NBA for professional basketball. It says an awful lot about our potential in our league, and Halifax is that kind of market, so there's absolutely no reason it can't do that.
And just a final question, like we were talking about strength. Give us an update on the other team that we're seeing here, the Moncton Miracles. Like they've had some. The league ran the team last year. Where are they at now? And
We continue to run the team. I'm kind of the de facto president for the team as well as commissioner, which means I'm helping them put the roster together and I'm helping them find sponsorship and I'm helping them find the ownership. We've got one local owner that's already stepped up to say he'll be a part of it. We've got 2 or 3 more that have said that they'd be interested on the back end of it if once we put it together. So now we just got to kind of fill in the middle. I've got 3 or 4 nice prospects lined up to speak to in early January, and I'm confident, the product's right and the market's great. I mean, the people in Moncton love their Miracles, and I believe more than ever that Moncton is a great market for basketball. They have a booster club that's over 150 that will do anything we ask. We've got more season tickets sold in Moncton this year than we had last year. More sponsorship already. So I really believe you're going to see something in Moncton that's going to be promising, and this team's going to compete. I really believe they're going to be solid, and you're going to have a team that's in every game and have a chance to win a bunch. So I think with all that combined, you'll see a nice franchise be solidified in Moncton yet this year.
I just said one final question. Like, we're going to be 9 teams in the league next year. Is there possible talk about an expansion maybe?
Absolutely. We're looking at 3 other markets for certain, and we might have all of them. I mean, what we like is we like the way Cape Breton's coming in, giving us an entire year to deal with it, come out, do the exhibition game, promote it. So, if we don't have guys in by probably early April, we're going to probably push teams back to the following year. Because, again, it's all about long-term survivability and make things work.
Well, let's just say, I personally, I want to say thank you for all your work that you did to help get Halifax back here. And you're doing an excellent job as commissioner of the league, and I just want to thank you for taking time to talk to us here tonight.
Hats off to the guys in Halifax that put their reputations on the line to convince their friends to all come in here, because ultimately it was a network of guys that like each other and trust each other that made it work, and I just happen to be a bit of a facilitator.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's Commissioner Dave Magley here, taking time to speak to us here during half. And, of course, we're just a couple of moments away from the second half beginning. The score is the Halifax Hurricanes 57, the Moncton Miracles 38. And of course, in just a couple of moments here, get ready for the second half. And let's take a look at some of the top scorers here in the early going here. For the Moncton Miracles, Brandon Kearney had 6 points. And, of course, Shane Burrow got off to a hot start. Probably cooled off there in the second quarter. Only had 7 points. And James Justice, who you had to keep an eye on as well. You got the points there for Moncton Miracles. And, of course, for the Hurricanes, they were led there by Shane Gibson. 11 points there, and as well as Tony Criswell had 11. And, of course, 8 for Michael Glover. So that's where teams stood here. And, of course, the score after the first quarter was 26-10. And a little bit of a better quarter there for Moncton. They only were down by 3 in that quarter, 28-31. So a little bit of a better second quarter for them. And they, after a really sluggish start. But the thing is that a team that has played the night before, this is the first preseason game for the Moncton Miracles. And for the Halifax Hurricanes, they played last night in Sydney, as we talked to Dave Magley about. So we're counting down the seconds till the beginning of the third quarter. And it's just another reminder, of course, that the regular season gets underway next week here. The Moncton Miracles will be in town to take on the Halifax Hurricanes. And it will be a 7 o'clock start here at the Scotiabank Center. And you can get your tickets by going to ticketatlantic.com. Or you can call 902-451-1221. And for season tickets, call 902-473-1846. And, of course, our Moncton Miracle fans watching online, home opener will be Sunday, December 27th at 2 o'clock versus the Island Storm. Tickets for that one, you can go to tickets.moncton.ca or call 1-506-857-4100 or toll free at 1-888-720-5600. Team's getting some last minute instructions before the start of the second half, and it's going to be a half that I think that probably a little bit of a better defensive effort here by the Moncton Miracles. But I mean, as we just finished a conversation with Dave Mabley talking about how athletic and talented some of these players are, and it just seems like the Moncton Miracles are also a benefactor of some of the talent that they saw at these combines over the spring and summer, and they've been signed here by Moncton, and they're doing very well. The second half is underway there. Hurricanes in the white and the Miracles in the black here. There's Criswell, makes a cut and gets the foul. So we'll go to line to shoot 2. Got a first good quick step there, Criswell has. He'll go to the line to shoot 3 throws here. He gets the first one. No, he doesn't. It just bounces off the rim and bounces out there. And of course, this is the first time for me at the Scotiabank Center since they've taken out the orange seats and have the new blue seats. So we got a new team name, new seats, and a new season. So everything's pretty well new, and hope that you could join us here on the 26th here for Moncton Miracles take it on the Halifax Hurricanes, Scotiabank Center, 7 o'clock. 58-38 is Gibson for 3, gets it to go. James Justice, pardon me, gets it to go and makes it 58-40. So Moncton slowly climbing back into this one as Webster Chan loses his feet, still maintains possession, gets back up. There's Clink Scales now. Into the paint to Glover. Glover watched by Burrow, makes a spin move and cuts towards the hoop, and then Justice goes flying almost over the head and down onto the floor. The only thing that was missing was a cape there as he went high, as he'll take a look at it here. Watch Glover make the cut and then gives it out. And Glover just holds on to him, and that's a sign of good sportsmanship, because if he didn't, could be an ugly fall to the floor there for Justice, as Glover will go to the line to shoot 2. And he gets the first one to go. Making it 59-40. 53 seconds so far gone here in the third quarter, as some of the fans are late arriving from the concession stands to watch the remainder of this one as Glover gets his second to go. 60-40 here. So we have Webster Chan as well as Glover, Bertrand, Clink Scales, and Criswell, the starting 5 for the Hurricanes, as Burrow gets to go and has a little bit of trash talking afterwards. 60-42. Clink Scales has it. Watched by Justice now. That's going to be a good matchup. Clink Scales versus Justice here in the second half. Clink Scales, the floor general. The general, as he's known on his Twitter account, with the shot, can't get it to go. And Moncton comes back the other way with it. Justice wide open for 3. Gets it. Justice starting to heat it up here. Justice will be served here in the third quarter, making it 60-45. Clink Scales and Justice. There's Bertrand. 1-on-2. That left Glover wide open. Gets it to go up. But the rebound there by Criswell, but he can't control it. But it goes out of bounds, and it will be Hurricanes basketball. All 14 to shoot there. As we'll see this at home there. There was Burrow with the move in the paint and then puts it up and got it to go. It was a tough hack here as we take a look at some of the. And here's the downtown there by Justice there for 3. Finishing just a couple of plays there by Moncton to get them back into it here. They're got into a hole early and they're trying to get back. And there's another turnover here by the Hurricanes. It'll be a bad screen, an offensive foul. Going to Michael Glover. 60-45 as we reach the 2-minute mark here. Gone here in the third. There's a turnover by Moncton. And Clay Scales has it now. Cross court over to Webster Chan for three. Gets it to go. Clay Scales doing what he does best, dishing off the basketball. And of course, Webster Chan wide open, gets it to go. Not a hand in his face, making it pretty easy. And the rebound there by Hunt there. There's Clink Scales again. Inside to Glover. Glover now watched by Burrow. Head in, there's a shot. Put up there. Criswell gets it to go there. 65-45. And taking it strong there was Barry. And he gets draws some contact there. And Barry will go to the line. He's a University of California Riverside, first team All-League at Pasadena College, City College. And it won't be a shooting foul there, as all of a sudden we have technicals going to both teams here, as there's a little bit of chatter between the teams.
That's what I had,
So it'll be a couple of technicals going both ways here. And Burrow still having chatter there with some of the Hurricane players. And Criswell and Burrow, I think, has just been shown the game. That was his second. So Burrow is done for the night there. He had a little bit more to say, and so he will be done. And he was, of course, one of the players early on that got the Miracles going here. And now they're going to be without him for the rest of the game. So Granado will check in. And he'll find his way or head to the dressing room there. Half a game underneath his plate. But in the meantime, Barry will shoot 2 free throws there. As one of those was, Al King gave the technicals there, and then all of a sudden he still kept on talking. He kept talking and to the players coming on, and he was also talking to Criswell. And then he just had too much to say in front of Paul Hansen, the other official. And of course, Ryan Lutz wraps up the 3-man officiating crew. So he was the only one that didn't give Burrow a technical. That was only because Burrow already had 2. So of course you get your second technical and you're done there, as Barry will shoot 2 free throws here. As the Hurricane fans make some noise here. And they'll come down the other way, and Webster Chan will shoot 2 free throws here for Hurricanes. They're going to shoot 1, pardon me. So 9:06 to go here, third quarter, 66-47. Hurricanes on top of the Miracles. White to inbound to Clink Scales down. Over the timeline. Watched by Justice. On the switch there, Webster Chan. Going to be called for an offensive foul. And it's going to be a block. And that will be a turnover going to the Moncton Miracles here. (66-47) here. Third quarter action. NBL Canada here. Dan Hobson along for the call. Moncton trying to dig themselves out of a hole. They're trying to dig into this margin. There's a shot there by Gurley for 3. Can't get it to go. And it's a battle underneath the hoop. And the Granado will be called for a foul there for Moncton. And returning is Hunt. Kyle Hunt, we mentioned, of course, as Alan and I were talking about, 6'10" forward from Queens, New York. He was a member of the Austin Spurs of the D-League. back on the court here for the Hurricanes. Clink Scales as well as White, Hunt, Bertrand, and Webster Chan here. And with the hook shot there by Hunt, gets it to go. 68-47. Moncton come back quickly, but they can't get it to finish, and there's more contact and a foul underneath the hoop there. And it's got to go against Elliot Berry.
3 on him? Okay, okay.
And that's his third. So we've reached the 4-minute mark here at Scotiabank Center. And it's the Hurricanes leading 68-47. There's Webster Chan now to White. Outside the arc to Clink Scales, watched by Justice. On the switch, miscommunication there. Clink Scales puts it up, can't get it to go. And a defensive board there by Moncton there. And back the other way is number 31, Strickland. And he draws some contact, but the ball will go out of bounds. Will stay Moncton's ball with 16 to shoot. So take a look at Serge Landris. He's in the second season with the Miracles. Spent 4 years with the Canada Basketball Center for Performance. He's responsible for the implement and overseeing of Canada basketball skills development curriculum to the elite basketball players of the Maritimes. And the Miracles get that bucket to go. 68-49 now. Landis, and the Miracles need some stops here. There's Bertrand. Turning it over, and Justice will go the other way. This should be pretty, but he just does the two-hand flush. I was expecting a big jam there from Justice, but not so much, just a two-handed flush. 68-51. He can do it because he's a former U.S. Slam Dunk champion, if you missed that earlier. Shot clock to 8 here as Clink Scales has the ball inside to Hunt there. Watched by Granado. Shot clock winding down. Clink Scales shoots the 3. Can't get it to go. And coming up with the board is Strickland now. Strickland, watched by Bertrand, cuts towards the paint and gets it to go and 1. The University of North Carolina player, coached by Roy Williams, originally from Newark, New Jersey, played for the LA Defenders of the NBA D-League last year. Will have a chance to complete the three-point play. Dexter Strickland. And of course, the Scotiabank crowd tried to get on to Strickland, but that didn't faze the player. I'm sure he's used to more noise. When you play for North Carolina, those gymnasiums are noisy in the States there. There's White. 1-on-2, too strong. And Granado comes up with a board for the Moncton Miracles, and they're slowly getting back into this. 68-54 as Justice goes end-to-end but can't finish. And he draws a little bit of contact after the rebound on a loose ball foul going to Justice. And of course, that's penalty now, so Hurricanes will shoot 2. As you get a look at Paul Hansen, one of the veteran officials here in Nova Scotia, coaches or officiates in the AUS as well as some ACAA here. The head official for tonight's game.
I've got it at 7.
As Justin Johnson will go to the line.
7. Nobody says 2.
6'2".
Goes to 5.
As he gets the first one to go, and a few applause come out here at the Scotiabank Center. Kind of a little bit of a quiet crowd. Good crowd here, but a little bit quiet here. (69-54), 6:05 to go here in the third quarter. Justice now. Over to Gurley, back to Justice, and that cross-court pass was almost picked off, but Justice got the shot but was too strong, and the Hurricanes control the rebound. There's White. Inside the paint, and hacked there was Hunt, and he'll go to the line.
Media timeout.
As the teams are going to their benches for a media timeout here. 5:45 to go here in the third quarter. Halifax Hurricanes leading by a score of 70-54. You're watching NBL basketball here online. And joining us right now is the statistician as well as basketball guru and coach,
That's
Alan
true.
April.
I appreciate that, Dan. That's a very lovely introduction. Yeah, quite the, really good first half for the Hurricanes, and the Miracles have done a pretty good job coming back in this one. They lead this quarter 16-13, keeping it close, but we've seen some improved play out of especially James Justice. He's a very talented player, was a slam dunk champion in the NCAA, and we saw one fast break dunk from him coming up right there. But he's leading all scorers in this game now with 14 points in this one.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because they had, of course, mentioned about the inter-squad game, 21.6 rebounds on Thursday. So, and it just seems like you give him even like an inch, he's going to take advantage of it and get it to go.
Well, he is, and even when I heard Hugo Lopez speaking about this Hurricanes team, he said the strength so far is really down low, the post players, and you're seeing that here. Kyle Hunt, Criswell continues to perform well. Michael Glover playing well as well and getting under the skin of number 44 there. So we're seeing some good post play. The guards step it up a little bit. I'd like to see some better point guard play. You're seeing guys like Justin Johnson out there as well as Alex Johnson. And Alex Johnson's in now. He's an exciting player, experienced in this league, a Canadian player. And he's one of the players the Hurricanes are going to look to supplement Cliff Clinkscale in that backcourt.
And, of course, he's also one of your favorites because you have that video of the marriage proposal on
Saw that
Twitter.
too, hey?
Yeah,
and I just actually met his, fiance, Brie. She's down there. She plays pro in France, but she's here before her season starts. And they're a great story and a really good couple. And Alex Johnson's a great Canadian player.
Yeah, he's with Mississauga as well as the St. John Mill Rats, and he's out there now.
Was the number 1 overall pick in the NBL Canada draft, first Canadian to do so. So, we've seen Andrew Wiggins and Anthony Bennett, a bunch of number 1 picks in the NBA, but we've got a Canadian number 1 pick in the NBL Canada as well.
We are getting better at this sport, my friend.
Absolutely. And as we mentioned, the league is getting better and better as well.
Yep. There's Gurley now. He had 30 there on Thursday. He gets some contact, and he'll go to the line.
I might be able to do this if all they're going to do is trips to the foul line. We've seen a lot of fouls in this quarter here. It's been about 15 fouls.
And that was something. Like,
Yeah.
the first half was pretty quiet, and
Yeah.
now all of a sudden we got a foul fest. And
Well, these teams still haven't finalized their rosters. Players are out there. They might be pressing a little bit hard, looking to make an impact, looking to stand out and ensure that they make that final roster. But we've definitely seen a lot of trips to the free throw line in this third quarter, slowing the game down.
yeah, Gurley finishes up 71-56. Miracles Nate stops. And they're going to get one here. And back the other way with it. Here's Gurley once again. Gurley, the Snow puts it up. Tough shot. Gurley with the offensive board. Draws some contact. No foul play. Continues on. Snow gets another 14 there. He'll slow things down and get it back out to Strickland now. There's Cheeks. There's Corzell Jonte, the former Island Storm player. Going tough, but can't get it to go. Size misadvantage there. Cordell Jonte sporting a beard since the last time we seen him.
Good to see Cordell. He's always a favorite of some of these Halifax faithful.
There's Alex Johnson, Superman.
Yeah, and I believe he's 3 for 3, or he's 3 for 4 from downtown now in this one. So showing a good shooting stroke. That's something that's really important for this Hurricanes team. Good guard play.
There's Gurley shooting a 3. He can't get it to go, and Justin Johnson with the board. There's a cross course alley-oop pass, and that fails to connect. And back the other way comes Gurley now to Snow. From the elbow, puts it up, and it goes to the line to shoot 2.
Well, he's not shy of pulling that trigger there, Tyke Snow. He catches it, and he pretty much looks for the shot right away. And he's going back to the line. So the Miracles are doing a lot of damage in this quarter from the free throw line.
That seems to be their way they're clawing back. It just seems like once you dig yourself into a hole, like they were down like by 16, and it's just so hard to get out of the hole when you get down that early.
Yeah, but you slow the game down, get some of their players in foul troubles, and that's a good way of getting back in it, although you got to make them count at the line.
Yeah. And like when we saw this Miracle team last year, they weren't afraid to go up and down, but it didn't really benefit them. They're slowing things down, so that's probably a good sign. If you slow the game down, maybe they won't give up the easy points and may not get the 100 points that they usually give up.
That's true, and I think their only returning player from last year's team is Tyler Murray, and he's we haven't seen him in today's action. He's a really good player, another Canadian guy, Toronto native who's played a couple years in this league and keeps getting better and better every season.
Yeah, he's going to be coming on to his second year with Moncton.
Yep.
And he
played with London Lightning before that, I believe.
Absolutely, looking right at my sheet, and just as soon as I look at my sheet, the stat man picks it right out of.
Well, he won the NBL Canada Championship the very first year with London, so he's been in this league since the very beginning, and it helps to have experienced players who understand what goes into this league, understand the what's required of them both on and off the court, because every pro league is different, and they all have their different adjustment periods, but it's really good for a player to be able to step right in and be familiar with their surroundings.
Hunt misses the first one from the line, 3:55 to go, and gets the second to go, makes it 75-57. Shot day to inbound. Beatty now has it. Beatty watched by Hunt to Snow now. Over to Vaughn Gray. Back to Beatty again, and now Gray has it. Going cross court, shot clock down to 10 here. They're into the paint and putting it up there. Nice shot there. Was Tate, I believe. Gets it to go. 75-59.
I think that was actually number 10, Beatty.
Beatty.
Yeah, and he's been good in this one too. Beatty's got 9 points, 2 rebounds, 4 or 5 from the field.
Yeah, well, I'm sure the folks at home are probably wondering, Moncton's jerseys didn't make it, so it's as soon as they got a dark jersey with a sort of a number, so sometimes we're guessing when they're on the other side. As there's a timeout on the floor here, 75-59, 3:23 to go here in the third quarter. And of course, all the games are available online by going to nblcanada.ca on YouTube. So get a chance to see some action. And of course, I keep talking about this Moncton Miracle inter-squad game they had on Thursday. It was Team Doucette defeating Team Havard 111-105. And of course, the top player, but Kason Cheeks, are kind of expecting more out of him this game after he got 19, but he's been kind of quiet this one.
Hasn't played all that much. Maybe he's a little bit, tired. They're trying to see fresh guys. Maybe, Coach Serge Langus knows he's going to make it, and we're working with some other guys. We did see him have that one nice finish over the top of the Hurricanes defender. And, looking at him, he's played just under 9 minutes, has 4 points, 1 rebound. Quiet, but doesn't mean that he's not part of their plans going forward.
And the thing is, too, is that they came to camp with 18 people, and they got to reduce it to 12. So, I mean, everybody, they're trying to play a good team game. They're also trying to get that final 12 spots.
How many players do they have today?
They had 18 coming into camp.
And have they made any cuts?
They've made some cuts.
Yeah, okay.
So they're getting that roster trimmed down, but 18
absolutely.
came to training camp.
Yeah, and of course in this league, 4 Canadians, so it's really a bunch of really capable Americans fighting for 7 to 9 spots with most teams.
Want to go to the line. Hurricanes up by 16.
He's an impressive player for me, Kyle Hunt. 6'10", but very agile, very athletic. Moves really quickly, and he's got a bit of a nice touch too, as we're seeing on these free throws.
And usually some big guys aren't that great from the line, but he's just got the technique. It's just calm, cool, collected.
I mean, he looks like an NBA body. He really does. More so than any other player on the league right now, or on the floor right now. He looks like a player who could be in the NBA and wouldn't be able to place. Not that any of these guys would be able to place. They're such a small, factor. Sometimes it's politics keeping these guys out of the big leagues.
Yeah, of course, there was nice ball movement there by Moncton, and the only thing that's going to happen is they're going to go to the line to shoot some free throws here, but that's good ball movement. I'm sure that Serge would be happy to see that.
Yeah, and Halifax, I believe this is their 10th foul in 9 minutes in this third quarter. That's too many fouls. They're coming from the big men. We see we got Mike Glover with 4, Gibson with 3, White with 3, Criswell with 3. So all the bigs pretty much have 3 or 4 fouls for the Hurricanes.
That may make for a tough fourth quarter.
It could.
Yeah. Right now they're comfortably in front, 77-61. But as you say, there's a lot of talent in this league. This deficit can be easily brought down by this Moncton team here. There's Johnson inside to Hunt. Hunt walks by Jante, makes a cut. Nice move, used athletic move and got by Cordell Jante to put it up. Cordell, one of the nicest guys that you could.
Oh yeah, he's awesome.
Yeah, nice guy off the court there.
And he has a lot of fun with the fans here in Halifax. Some of the old hecklers from last season, I don't hear him back there, but I'm sure they'll be around this season, and there he is.
Yeah, with the 2 there.
Well, he can play, and he's a Canadian player, which helps fill a quota, but he's also a great leader, really a veteran guy, and he can shoot it. He can give you some good minutes when called upon.
Shot clock winding down to 11, and coming in is Gibson, the culinary Connecticut native. Played D-League with the Ohio Stampede in 2014, gets the 2.
Yeah, Gibson's a guy who they're going to look to fill it up. He's probably their starting shooting guard, and he can shoot, he can drive. He reminds me, and he actually looks like a Nick O'Corey who played for the Storm. Reminds me of that type of player, kind of a combo guard who can do a little bit of everything.
Johnson wide open, shoots the 3, can't get it to go. And up with the board is Kearney now. Over the timeline, 81-63, 90 seconds to go here in the third. On the double team now. And open there with Gray with the shot for 3, it gets it to go. 81-66. As Justin Johnson calls out the play, but he runs into Gray, and Gray's going to be called for the foul. As the foul fest continues.
Yeah, it really does. Now the Hurricanes taking another trip to the line. I see some subs checking in for them. Number 21, have we seen him in this game? We saw him briefly, Anthony Simpson. He must have just checked in for a minute in the first half.
Yeah. He's a pretty good player. He's from Rockford, Illinois.
Okay.
Had double-double averages in 30 games last year for the Edelbrook, Etzella Edelbrook team.
It's over in Europe somewhere, I'd assume.
Cool, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was a talented player there. So, and he had a monster slam dunk last night in Sydney. It's all over the Twitter world. You have a chance to see it, go take a look at it. It was a monster slam for sure. Kearney now spins out to the corner there to Snow. Shot clock down to 8. And this pass was intended to beat. He goes out of bounds and be 7 to shoot here for Moncton, and still their basketball. 53.7 ticks left here in the third. Out to Snow there, beyond the arc down, makes a move, cuts toward. Back to Granado for 3, gets it to go. That's really not Granado's game there to be shooting from back there.
No, you'd rather have him inside battling for the offensive rebound. However, he did hit a couple. He played for Brampton last year and was a really good player for them. Tough guy, physical, and he'll fit right in and at the center position for this Miracles team and Serge Langus.
So Justin Johnson from El Segundo, California goes to the line to shoot 2.
Do you know there's a song by A Tribe Called Quest? I left my wallet in El Segundo. I got to get it. Got to get it. It's a good song. Now that I know he's from El Segundo, I won't stop being it. Like, I might even, if I get to talk to him, I might even start singing, I left my wallet in El Segundo. Hey, it's off topic, but it's a good song. That's how I know El Segundo, California.
Is there anything you can't do? Because you sang that just beautifully.
Oh, thank you.
That's beautiful times here in Halifax, 84-66 here.
It's fun to be back on the microphone, watching some pro basketball back in Halifax. It's been too long.
About 6 long months here. And of course, these two teams will be back at it here in a week's time. And this time it will mean something. Justin Johnson there with the shot clock winding down, game clock. And he's going to be called for...
Got Glover with a 3 in the key violation on that one.
Yep, so it'll be Miracle Basketball, 3 seconds. Shot clock shut off here. Kearney now trying to set something up. Throws up a prayer, can't get it to go. And that's how the third quarter ends. Halifax Hurricanes on top here by 18, 84-66. And of course, fourth quarter action coming your way. And of course, a lot of talk has been about Cliff Clinkscales returning. The only player that was here from last year's team. He's getting to be the face of the basketball team. He's also a fan favorite. Played 32 games last year, started 10 of them. And he usually averages about 6 to 7 points a game, but he's more like a floor general, so he likes to pass the rock around, and he's done that very well in this game so far here. And last season had 194 assists. So,
yeah, absolutely. Clinkscales is really an extension of the coach on the court. Really likes to push the pace and get flashy alley-oops and behind-the-back passes in transition. But really, he's a great leader, a tough-nosed defender, and the Hurricanes will go as far as he'll take them this season because he's a really important player for them. Hasn't played all that much in this one. Over 4 from the field in about 15 minutes, but he does have 4 assists. So as you mentioned, not looking to score as much as he is. If he can knock down some jumpers, it keeps the defense honest and really opens up those passing lanes for him to get the 10 assists that he really wants.
Well, as we've also mentioned, it's, show me what you got type of game here because you pretty well know that he's going to be the floor general. He's going to make this team. So to have him out here right now, it just doesn't really benefit anybody. You have to see what you got. And that's what
absolutely.
Lopez is doing. That's what Serge is doing. So.
And this Halifax team, we're seeing 12 players out here tonight, but it might not be the 12. They still need data Canadian. We have seen Manuk Lual, who played for them last night in Cape Breton against the Storm. And he's a player who has NBL Canada experience, almost a local guy, from Ottawa originally, I believe, but played for the UPI Panthers. So AUS fans might be familiar with him. I'm sure he's played under these bright lights of the Scotiabank Centre, formerly Metro Centre. And he'll be one Canadian player, but I think they still need to add one more.
And it's like we've heard, of course, the president of the basketball operations here, Andre Levers, is saying that it's easy to get a Canadian guard, but to try to get a Canadian forward here to make the Canadian quota is kind of difficult.
But Negus Webster Chan, he is a Canadian, and he's shown, he's 6'7", but he shoots the lights out. He's a very promising player. Oda Hawaii, and in fact, he is planning on declaring his eligibility for next year's NBA draft.
Definitely using this as a stepping stone to move on.
Well, it's an interesting situation. We've seen it a couple times before. Josiah Turner comes to mind. He played for the Rainmen and the Island Storm. And then he went to the D-League, and he's done really well in the D-League down there.
Alex Johnson completes the three-point play here, 87-66.
Johnson, another one of the Canadians for the Hurricanes, and he's been really impressive in this one with 12 points on 4 of 6 from the field, 3 of 5 from downtown, and now 1 of 1 from the free throw line. So Alex Johnson showing why they call him Superman.
Aggressive defense there by the Hurricanes. Get a turnover here. Shot by Gibson, can't get it to go. And up with the board is Tate. He's a Canadian player here for Moncton. Tate has the ball. Gets it inside. And foul there, as that was the ball intended for Kason Cheeks, who we mentioned wasn't getting a lot of playing time here, but he'll go to the line to shoot some free throws here. Our question is going to be inbound, pardon me.
Well, one thing I noticed about the Miracles, about how these teams match up already, is the Hurricanes are quite a bit larger. They've got those forwards, as we mentioned, a couple guys over 6'6". I think the Miracles only have one in Granado. So
And things starting to get a little bit physical
Yeah, I
here
saw that.
underneath. We've already seen Burrow hit the showers early, and that was kind of like he already knew that he had one technical, but he just kept on talking.
He was talking the entire game. He came out and hit a 3 on the very first shot of the game. And then he had a little running commentary narrative to himself, to anyone who would listen to him. There's players like that, you know? One former Raymond legend, the late John Strickland, was like that. He was such an entertainer, such a showman, and a guy like Burrell, he clearly thrives off talking and trash talking and getting in the opponent's head. Went a little bit too far in this one, though.
Yeah. 87-69. He's just passed the 11-minute mark here. Early action here in the fourth quarter. Johnson with the cut. Takes it strong towards the hoop, can't get it to finish, and Granado with the board there.
Hey.
There's a nice slam dunk there. Not really slammed too much there, but
Well, that's
it's a nice
Dexter
dunk by
Strickland.
Strickland,
Yeah. And I got to say, I'm a college basketball fan in the States and in Canada. I like all basketball at every level, but Dexter Strickland was really impressive at North Carolina. I think he played a full 4 years there for some really good teams, you know, coached by Roy Williams, legendary head coach at North Carolina. And he played with a whole bunch of guys who went on to play in the NBA. He himself had some NBA tryouts, I believe played in the D-League, but now it's great to see him here in the NBL Canada. Just goes to show how the talent level in this league is getting better and better.
And that was all about the combine that Megley, Commissioner Megley, I talked about at halftime.
Yeah.
You know? You go around finding the talent, and that's the thing that was so hard for basketball players. We all know that sometimes basketball players don't seem to make a lot in terms of money. You know that the money's in the NBA rather than anything. So sometimes it's hard to actually go to these tryouts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, again, it's a key thing that it's staggered this year, the NBL Canada and the D-League. Because there really isn't a lot of discrepancy, especially in skills, but also in money between those two leagues, the NBA D-League and the NBL Canada. The one main difference is that the NBA D-League has the words NBA in the title. They're under that umbrella of the NBA. You know, there's a 1 in 100 chance that you'll get a call up to the NBA, and that's every basketball player's dream. But if you still want to play in North America, make a decent living, be able to communicate with your family, be playing in English, you know, not having to go to a league where you're one of 2 Americans on a team and you could get cut tomorrow, the NBL Canada is a really good choice for some of these guys.
87-71, 10:35 to go here. Justin Johnson has the ball. Gibson. Simpson now. Nice ball movement here by the Hurricanes as Superman hits the 3. Alex Johnson. All that.
How you going to leave Superman wide open? Have they not been watching this one? He's now got 15 to lead.
Yeah, you get that ball
all
movement,
scores.
all of a sudden defense starting to, you know, be questionable here for Moncton, but it was excellent ball movement there by Halifax.
Yeah, and Superman Johnson leading all scorers with 15 points in this one. Picked up a foul right there, but really impressive for a Canadian player. Just signed with them a couple days ago, actually. Was a late addition to their training camp, I believe. At least a late announcement.
(90-71) here. Hurricanes, they got down by 16 after the first quarter. They've been trying to dig themselves out of a hole, and that's what the deficit is now, 16, 90-74. Glover puts it up, can't get it to go, and the board there by Granado. And we go off out of bounds off the Halifax player, so it'll be Moncton basketball. 9:41 to go here in the fourth quarter. So you're a basketball coach.
Yeah.
What would you?
On a much lower level than this. 12-year-olds is as high as I go.
Well, that's a lot better than I can do.
Okay.
So, you know, 12-year-olds, but I mean, you've got the strategy.
Well,
what would you do if you were coaching here at this league? There, as a downtown shot by Simpson there.
You know, it's the preseason. There's a whole lot of things you want to see. You want to run some of your sets. You're still trying to trim down your roster. We've seen both teams, you know, really getting everybody off the floor and kind of making some adjustments. But this is the chance to try some different lineups, try some things that you might be thinking about bringing into a season, but you're not so sure yet. It's a long season, and especially these Atlantic Division games. These teams play each other 8 times this year, I believe.
And early.
And early, exactly. These two teams play again next week. So you don't want to show everything. You don't want to show your main playbook when you play your first regular season game, as you mentioned, the one that counts in 1 week from today. But at the same time, you definitely want to see what you have, try out some different things, and see how your players respond in a game situation.
5-second violation there for Halifax. It'd be Moncton basketball as Webster Chan returns. And also returning Kyle Hunt here. Solid game here. As I say, it's been an impressive game, and there's just so many weapons on this Halifax team.
Yeah, really balanced. It looks like to me they've already got 7 players in double figures. Glover with 10, Johnson with 15, Webster Chan with 13, Criswell with 14, Hunt with 12, Gibson with 13. So that's more players than not have over 10, right between 10 and 15.
Ronaldo got it inside the Cheeks.
Cheeks, he's clearly like an undersized big man. He's given up a couple inches to Simpson, but is not shy of going right at him down low.
92-76 here in the fourth quarter. Moncton trying to get back into this, and it just seems like, every time they come up with some great plays, Halifax follows up. And speaking of a great play, there's a one-hander there by Granado, the former Brampton, now Orangeville A, with the flush there, 92-78, sorry.
That was all the penetration by Dexter Strickland. Did a good job beating his man off the dribble, laid it off. Good guard play from Dexter Strickland, who's a player I'm excited to watch in this league.
And Justin Johnson coming back the other way, so just as soon as Miracles get some momentum, they just lose it, as we'll see it here at home on the replay. Just too much open space there, and he finished it. Almost like was probably like a defensive breakdown there.
Yeah, well, it's tough to guard some of these guards one-on-one, especially, like I mentioned, preseason, these Hurricanes guards, I don't know if all of them are going to make the team because they got to add a Canadian, like we mentioned.
Yeah.
And it might just be one man out, but they're all fighting. They're playing as a team, but at the same time trying to show that they belong on this permanent roster.
Second chance there here for Gurley, or Cheeks, pardon me, and foul to the Hurricanes there. 7:42 here to go here in the fourth quarter. So Case on Cheeks, or Case and Cheeks, whichever you want to pronounce it, will go to the line to shoot 2. Seems awfully quiet here tonight. It seems like they're also in, the fans are also in preseason mode too.
Hey, well, it's Christmas break and everybody is, it's Saturday night, everybody's
tired.
Maybe, I don't know. Just getting ready to have a nice little break. When they come back Boxing Day, well, you got to watch out for Boxing Day. Eat too much turkey on Christmas and you might be tired again. But no, I think that fans are excited to see basketball back in the Scotiabank Center.
It's good to have it back here.
Absolutely.
7.5 to go here, and foul there by Granado. And Cordell Jante will...
So polite, Cordell Jante.
Yeah.
Saying sub please. You don't hear that often.
No, you just usually,
Again,
you and I have been around tables. Sub.
A little bit of a selfish reason, because I could tell Cordell didn't want to have to sit down here. Because you got to sit down, then you got to get back up. Cordell wanted to walk right on the court, and he did. Good for him.
Gibson with the shot. Can't get it to go, and then there's contact underneath.
Well, that's just a heck of an offensive rebound by Kyle Hunt. Tallest player on the court by quite a bit. I think Cordell's actually, how's that for a welcome to the game? Cordell Jante, oh yeah, come guard the 6'10" freak athlete. And he just sailed past Cordell using his speed. He's a heck of a player, this Kyle Hunt.
And of course, also Criswell, who's back in off the bench here for the Hurricanes. On at the line. Just like his form. Just really excellent form.
Yeah, absolutely. He's clearly a very talented player. Yeah.
Both the goals.
I'll bring up some stats for him right now.
97-79 here. And
so Kyle Hunt, 6 of 8 from the free throw line, 75%, good for a big man. Also 14 points, 8 rebounds. So an impressive game and not all that many minutes.
Big white wall there, prevent that chance. But Jonte has a chance, but he's going to be hacked there by Webster Chan. He'll go to the line. The most polite, as Alan has mentioned, polite player in the league.
Another great drive and dish by Dexter Strickland that time. Got the offensive rebound, put his head down, went to the hoop, and still had the presence of mind to know Cordell Jonte right there in the pocket for an easy drop-off pass.
And the fans give him a hard time here. He's nice to them, but the fans aren't nice to him. That's
No. And Cordell played here for a minute, like a couple games back in maybe the first season of NBL Canada. He played here for a little bit, but he's played in Moncton. He's played on the island. I think he played with the Quebec Kebs when they were a team, so he's been around this league. And just a great guy, great veteran for any basketball team.
So if he makes a stop in St. John, he'll make his way all around the land of Canada.
Yeah, that's right.
Almost getting to be the Henry Burris of NBL.
Good reference. Very good.
There's a pass not intended for anybody in particular, so the Miracles come back the other way. 97 to 80 here, 6:40 to go. Shot doesn't go. The loose ball will go out of bounds, and it will be the Hurricane basketball. Cridgewell to inbound. To Justin Johnson here.
Hey, and we're going to see a player I'm excited for, Ryan Smith, out of the University of New Brunswick.
The Dalhousie, New Brunswick native. 6th in rebounds last season with the UMB Varsity Reds and AUFs.
Yeah, he was a great player at UMB, and they miss him on the court this year too. They still got Javon Masters, but they're missing the interior presence, and I'm excited to see him play. Anytime a player can go straight from the AUS to the NBL Canada is an excellent opportunity, and one of the things that makes this league so important. Well, one player I know you know pretty well too was playing in the exhibition game last night, Rob Nortman.
Yeah,
former Dalhousie Tiger and Halifax Rainman.
Yeah, there was a lot of familiar names that were playing for the Iowa Storm last night. One of them, of course, Terry Thomas, the Auburn Drive, and of course he was at State of X as well as at Ottawa GG. So it's nice to see him back here in Atlantic Canada playing. Well, it's just going to show you that some of the AUS programs that, of course, you and I are familiar with are, pounding out strong players here and can play in this league, and it's good to see.
Absolutely.
Johnson has the ball. Shot clock down to 9 here. Finds an open. Can't get it to finish. And look at that. We sell him, and he comes up with a rebound, and that's what he did at UNB there, Ryan Smith.
Yeah, just a tough-nosed player. A little undersized as a big man, but very strong. You can see his biceps from here. They're huge. And very strong, very capable, can hit the jumper, has a nice touch, and a good team player. And a guy that you need, He will always bring the energy for you coming off the bench. He's never going to have an off day. You can count on him to provide something for you every time you stick him in there.
Webster Chen. Criswell has a little bit of opening and gets it over to the defender to get it in. Uses his size to advantage to get that one in.
Yeah, he's really impressive. I guess we have it here. So, no, he wasn't listed on the roster. Do you know his height? Criswell?
No, didn't get to anything. I just when they did the game last night at Cape Breton, they had a shot of the stat sheet, and that's how I knew his name was there.
Okay, yeah. I'm impressed by him, though. Great build and probably stands 6'6", maybe 6'7", but can shoot it from downtown and from mid-range.
Justice watching Justin Johnson there. Takes it strong. Draws the contact, can't get it to finish. He'll go to the line, shoot 2.
My roommate used to have a dog named JJ, and it stood for Justice Jr. So every time I hear Justice James Justice, I think of Justice Jr., JJ.
Yeah.
Very off-topic story, but just thought
I was just thinking that we can't really use the nickname JJ because we have James Justice on Moncton and a Justin Johnson for Halifax. So
Yeah.
I can't even use the JJ because I was thinking of trying to use that last night, but then all of a sudden I saw the roster. It's like, I can't do that. There'll be JJM and a JJH.
And the Rainmen actually had a player that was named Justin Johnson that wasn't this guy back in 2011, 2012 probably. He was taller. But This Justin Johnson looks pretty capable as well. Still early. This is our first 40 minutes watching this team. Well, I guess you watched last night.
And it's going to be an offensive foul. Going the other way. Going to Kaysen Cheeks.
Yeah, tough call for Cheeks that time, but really good anticipation on D by Negus Webster Chan, I believe.
4:22 left to go, and we're going to take a look at it here at home. There is Curley had position and a little bit of a push off too, so 100 to 80, 4:12 to go here. Hurricanes on top, shot clock down to 12. Justin Johnson uses the Hunt screen, has an opening, gets it to go. A nice teamwork there by Hunt. He set the screen up, and that gave him the opening to shoot the two to make it 102 to 80.
JJ. You don't want to call him that.
JJ Halifax. .345 to go here. As JJ Justice has it now.
Knock it
There's
down.
Smith.
Uh-huh.
That's too bad. We're kind
Yeah.
of hoping for him because
Yeah.
Jante has a second chance that gets it to go and finish.
And nice play by Jonte. And yeah, obviously we are unbiased, non-biased.
Yeah, but we'd like to
Yeah.
see the local kids do well.
Absolutely,
We'd
we
like
do.
to see the local kids do well, even if they play for like the Ontario team. We
Absolutely.
just want to see local talent do good.
Exactly.
We're basketball fans, so we want to see everybody do good. But
Yeah, and Ryan Smith's a player I've been watching. You know, even before he played at UMB, he played at Mount St. Vincent. And he was a beast at Mount St. Vincent. Well, he was a player on their team when they lost an incredible game to Holland College in the ACAA championships.
it's kind of really tough, like while we're on the topic of MSVU, to see
Yeah.
how they're doing this year in ACAA. It's kind of shocking to me.
Well, I got to say, the rest of the ACAA is getting better and better. And it is shocking, you know, the Rick Plato era is over. And Rick Plato always got the best of his teams, no matter what the talent level was. But they still have very capable coaches, Ian McRae and Kenneth Reardon, some guys who were formerly in the program as players, actually. Just give me a second here. I do have some insight on this situation, though. But Holland College has built such a powerhouse. They are stacked year after year. I believe they're second in the CCAA this year. They made the finals 2 years ago and have made the tournament the past couple years. Crandall's a really good team. Even the King's College has some really good players this year.
Amber Glockle doing a heck of a job with that team.
Absolutely. So
Ryan Harnett.
yeah, and Thomas Watson. So they've got some great guard play there. And that's basically it. It hasn't been that Mount St. Vincent has gotten that much worse with the coaching change. It's been that the rest of these teams have gotten that much better.
It wasn't really anything against it. It was just kind of shocking.
Yeah, it is. And it's crazy to see. But, I mean, I remember when Holland College used to come into Halifax. You know, it used to be that these teams would come into Halifax, play Kings, play Mount St. Vincent, and it was 2 guaranteed losses pretty much. Because that's where all the talent was. But not so anymore. The basketball talent on Prince Edward Island is kind of crazy. Between the Island Storm and the UPI Panthers and the Holland College Hurricanes, just the amount of good players on the small Prince Edward Island at any given point is kind of insane.
104 to 82, less than 3 to go here in the fourth quarter. Hurricanes look to have this one under control here. There's Criswell.
Hey.
Step back and gets it to go.
Well, he's showing a great touch. I'll bring up his stats. He's now leading everyone with 20 points on 8 of 8 shooting. He has not missed a shot, and he has 20 points in this one. Only 2 rebounds, so not doing too much else, but when he catches it, we've seen him shoot from downtown, from the mid-range, finish down low. Very versatile scorer.
Jante with an opening and gets it to go. 106 to 84, 2:15 to go here, fourth quarter. Dan Hobson, Alan April here with the call. Preseason action from Scotiabank Center. As going towards the hoop was Hunt there, and he draws some contact, so he'll go to the line.
Yeah, it's a really tough matchup for Cordell Jonte, Kyle Hunt. He's got about 5, maybe 6 inches on him, but also just the quickness level. As we're seeing a player check in for the first time, number 5, Cowles. What do you got on him?
He's a shooting guard from Chicago, Illinois, about
Okay.
6'4".
Okay. Seen a lot of good players in this league out of the Chicago area. Like Windsor Express, a lot of the major players for them the past couple years, Tony Bennett, Quinnell Brown, DeAndre Thomas, all Chicago natives. So hopefully Raymond Cowles. Now, did he play last night in Cape Breton? Do you know?
He was in the lineup last night.
Okay.
In terms of stat-wise, I didn't get a chance to see what
Okay,
he
no
did.
problem.
Yeah.
Yep. But no, certainly Coach Hugo Lopez excited to see what he's got here from everybody on the team.
Under 2 to go, 1:57 left in this one as some of the people are starting to leave the Scotiabank Center and head to the parking lot to pick up their vehicles, knowing that this one is well in hand, and Kearney will go to the line to shoot 2.
Well, I got a Christmas party to go to after this. Luckily, it's just around the corner there off of Cottagen Street, but
that should be an easy walk for you.
yeah, it'll be an easy walk. Yeah. Don't have any snow on the ground, so don't have to worry about any of that.
Well, at least that's what we think.
Yeah, that would be a surprise for me.
All of a sudden, go out there, it's like, say what? 1:53 to go. Hurricanes 108, Miracles 86 there. Hunt has it, cuts towards it, dishes it outside. There's Cowles for 3, way strong. And defensive board picked up there by Justice now. Justice watched by Clink Scales. Beatty now has it. Beatty makes a cut. 1-on-2, can't get the finish, and Hurricanes come up with the ball here. Just 80 seconds left in this one as Cowles goes up, and he's fouled there by Beatty.
Nice take by Cowles. You know, he got an opportunity to shoot it right away. It was a little strong, might have been a little bit excited on that one. As Mike Glover asking about the water bottles here. Pretty sure they've got water bottles on the Hurricanes bench.
I see a big red bucket there. So
yeah, you'd hope they're hydrating their players. It's an important thing. I know that they are.
Well, you spoke about hydrating.
Yeah.
Burrow was actually like slow in the first quarter. It looked like he was cramping up at that time.
Well, he's a big guy, but it showed a diverse, versatile skill set. Able to do a lot of things with that big body, and I'm excited to watch him next week if he makes their final roster.
Yeah, as Justice drains that one.
Yeah, well, he's got 17 points in this one. The only member of the Miracles in double figures. So he's really leading the way, and you can expect to see him filling it up for them all season long, I think.
Last minute of play here. 109 to 89. As that shot is short. And Jante with the putback.
Yep.
109 to 91.
He's a garbage man and proud of it. Cordell Jante there to pick up the trash and put it where it belongs. He's got 9 points and 5 rebounds and not a lot of time.
Well, he's got something to prove. He wants to make this team, and he wants to prove the Island Storm that they made a mistake in that trade. Glover puts it up, can't finish it.
Well, that pass by Clink Scales was ridiculous. Clink Scales with the no-look over-the-shoulder drop-off to Mike Glover, and that's what Cliff loves to do, get the crowd into it.
You always see him like in the past pound floors or, get the hands up to try to get noise type thing.
Yep. He's a showman. He's an entertainer, and it was really important for the Hurricanes to bring him back. Not bringing back anybody from last year's team, and to a certain extent, that might be an okay thing because we all know how last season ended, and you want to come back and rebrand. But at the same time, Clink Scales had a lot of fans here in Halifax, and to bring him back and bring back some of that excitement, he's great with the press. As Glover airballs that one.
And just a great attitude.
Great attitude.
He's just happy to be playing the sport. He said what happened last year, it's done and over with.
Yeah.
Let's move on. Let's worry about, winning a championship as the fans start to stand up here at the Scotiabank Center. Shot clock down to 6, game clock to 10. Clink Scales has it to Glover, who puts it up. And up with it there is Kearney there, but he turns it over, and Clink Scales has the ball. He'll just hold on to it to end this one. As that will end this one as the Halifax Hurricanes win their first home game in their franchise existence.
It is, yeah.
110 to 91.
It's interesting. I don't know if we have a whole new record book. I guess we do. Like, are the Rain Men records now everything 0, 0, 0, 0? Well, we'll have to figure that out.
Yeah.
Because regardless, though, a great showing. First game for the fans here. Good crowd. The team was dominant, leading by nearly 20 points all game. They were up 19 at half, and they won by 19. So,
And the thing is if they can get the victories early here, the fan base will come out and
support.
will support the team, and that will go help them out in the long run. And of course, with a really huge ownership group,
Yeah.
this is important. Wins cure anything.
No, it's a great thing. Positive things happening for this league and this franchise, and it's exciting to see. Just looking here. Yeah, I'll give a bit of a stats breakdown for the fans out there. We've got, leading the way for the Hurricanes was Tony Criswell with 20. Kyle Hunt with 16 points, 10 rebounds. So Kyle Hunt had the double-double. And Alex Johnson with 15, the Canadian player.
Well, folks, that will wrap things up here for preseason action here from the Scotiabank Center. Of course, next week, the season starts here. Boxing Day, 7 o'clock. Moncton Miracles are here to take on the Halifax Hurricanes. We want to thank everyone for tuning in to tonight's webcast. So for Alan April, as well as the Silver Vision staff, this is Dan Hobson saying so long, good night, Merry Christmas, and happy holidays from your Halifax Hurricanes.
be my work backpack anymore, I don't think.
We'll take it to get it dry cleaned, buddy.
Yeah. I don't know, it must have just been loose. It's a mess. All right. Okay. Everything I need to do is done. So you're back your boss today then?
I think. I don't know.
I know. I hope things will get a bit more organized, but everybody here, that's the thing too, like, everybody's trying their best, nobody's got their shit together, but everybody's trying their best, and we always make it through. Don't we?
That's right.
I'm gonna have to, like, stay away from children with this backpack.
Just get drunk off your friggin' blackpack. Just
That look.
be almost like that one with Daddy Daycare where they fed them Mike's Hard Lemonade. Give them.
Are you guys all finished with the printer?
I think we are, yeah. Are we?
You all finished with the printer?
Okay, nice to see you.
Take it easy. Happy partying, man.
See you boss today, I guess.
As soon as the working gets back to me,
I'm gonna try to do it. Yeah. There's gonna be times I probably can't. Sorry. Definitely not the best though.
oh no, I'm Janice was Mexican conversation. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I was just very mental.
I was actually alright.
Yeah.
One, that was early.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I started brewing and then I stopped.
Yeah.
So it's like, I told, I just kept doing barricade.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it's like, it's not the same team.
Yeah.
You know, it's not the same ownership, not the same players. It's totally different. It's almost like an expansion team.
Right, right. Cool. We'll drive safe home. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully it's a good all we can do is laugh.
Tell you, when you have two weeks, we're actually totally different.
It's such a hybrid league.
Also, the thing I found difficult is we didn't know what the
That won't be like that.
yeah, because the thing is, it got to be like, I had a sheet. Like, I'll show you what I did. 'Cause I had a sheet, and then I ended up I had to post some stuff on it.
Oh, okay.
Like I had like a show prep sheet and stuff, printed on 11.5 by 17.
Oh, yeah.
And then of course they had cuts, because I was trying to pay attention and follow them.
Right.
And do a bunch of research on them. That player got there, that player got there,
Oh,
that
no.
player wasn't here, and then there were numbers on it. So,
Oh, no. Hopefully it won't be like that.
so yeah, hopefully when they get their rosters up there,
Yeah.
get the new players, and hopefully they'll have their jerseys next time. Look like
Yeah.
they lost their jerseys and transfer.
Yeah. Yeah, but that'll be fixed.
Wow.
We'll drive safe.
Yep, thanks, man. Any feedback? Thank you. Any feedback?